Hello. Yeah, every device has a limit on the number of descriptor sets. I'm going to need that number. So somewhere in this many pages long spec, there is a description of how I get that limit. I'm reading this here. Max out. Looking on Discord, the vulkan Discord, because I did ask a question there. But that was a long time ago, so yeah. And I found it. Waha. Some values for one of the members in that struct. I don't need it. Copy meshes link. No, copy link. This is 1.3 extensions. Okay, that's just this one. I just have to search for VK physical device limits, apparently. Try that. Control F. VK physical device limits. Right, and then we need maximum descriptor sets, right? This one maybe, max bound descriptor sets. Nothing happens. Plus we jumped back where we were, and I wanted to search. In here, let's do it again. Descriptor sets. There we go. Markbound descriptor set. Or specified or nothing. Okay, so it must be this one then. Markbound descriptor sets. Then the next step is next question. How to get that value? Physical device limits. We have something. So here we have something that apparently is being used. Well, looks like the only thing, so hopefully we can find that. Yep, there it is being assigned, and that is the API itself. It's on my own project is using a limits from here. Ah, there we have the max bound descriptor sets. I already got them. And it is stored in max bound descriptor sets. In logical device. That's nice. Do I have an accessor for that? Yes, we have an accessor for it. Max bound descriptor sets. Now all I need is my logical device. This is the logical device class. And I am in it's over here. I need it in this function, so I need my logical device in this function. Inside shaded input data. It is a lot, but does it have the logical device? That is a big question. I don't see anything related. Yeah, but pretty sure we need it somewhere. So there must be some function of this class that gets it. And that would be called probably a logical device. It's being passed to this function. Gotta be kidding me. This is the only logical device in the whole header. Wow. Logical device. Yep. Okay, let's go to the .cxx file, see if we can find something there. No, we get a logical device in those functions from owning window. And that makes sense, I guess. What? That's the only function that does that. Yeah, come on. Okay, let's look for logical device. And again, owning window. Owning window it is. And owning window is of course the type is synchronous window. Handle shader resource creation request, update missing descriptor sets, allocate, update and handle update. Allocate, update, add, handles and unlocking. Whatever. Build shader. And that was it. And all of them are called owning window. As they should, because they are the same thing. We have to tie these ends together somehow. So I'm here, and now the question is then, who is calling fill set indexins? Who is calling that? It's being called from here, which is called from, yeah, well, prepare. And who is calling prepare shade resource declarations? It's called from here. Preprocess. No window inside. Starts to feel silly to having to pass the window over from one function to another. We'll go one back. We're calling preprocess 1. Yeah, the user code. Well. Yeah, I think I'd better to just add a new member to the shader input data object and then add either the logical device or the window. Maybe the window is most logical because it gives us most info. So then the question is, where is the shader input data object created? I believe it is a member of something. There it is. Of course at the top when I start scrolling from the bottom. So then who is constructing this thing? Or when is it constructed? Going around, I think. Don't tell me this is not being constructed. We have also a non-const reference access here, chat input data. Maybe that's being used to initialize at some point. Holy moly. Oh, right, user code stuff. Do we have IMQ doing something? Maybe this is better to add parentheses. Yeah, much better. Hmm. Yeah, it seems there's no real initialization going on here, except that maybe the pointers. No, it's not even a pointer. Okay, so the user code is suddenly starting to use it. For example, uniform buffers begins here. It's passing a pointer to the shader stage create infos and the sorted descriptor set layouts, and it adds stuff. So where does it get that from then? That is because this is inside characteristics. Yeah, the characteristic is derived from the characteristic range, which contains my shader input data somewhere. Thought it was here. It's not here. How is that possible? Oh, it's part of the owning factory of the characteristic. Okay, let me look at who is calling set owner. The factory itself. We are calling at characteristic range on the pipeline factory, and then that sets the owner. And so we just have to figure out then where the pipeline factory is being created. Or not, because in the end it's going to use this constructor. And then we have an owning window. So the pipeline factory at the moment of creation knows the owning window. And the pipeline factory has this shader input data. I missed that. Okay, apparently. There it is. Right, so now we know how to solve this problem. I'm going to add, let's use the owning window then. Line 5.8, Control T. I'm going to add this as a pointer, I guess, to here, to this one. Which seemingly does not have a constructor yet. It's either input data. Does have no constructor. That's pretty amazing. So I'm going to add a constructor. Let's just make a public constructor here. And the only thing it's going to do is remember my owning window. This window is in task. So I have to add a member. Well, I can do that up all the way up here, I guess. Let's make a task pointer owning window. And the constructor, maybe move that a bit down, right? So like below the normal members. And this is a function, and these are still objects, so I'm going to add it here. So now we got rid of the default constructor by adding this constructor. So before it was using the default constructor, now it's not. And it's going to stop compiling when I try to compile this. I'm well at the point where I try to construct this. At that point I now have to pass an owning window. So I'm going to compile it to see where that is. Okay, that's annoying. Trying to fix this. This is the error that I'm trying to fix, but it stops me from seeing the error that I introduced now. So I'm just going to comment this out, I guess. Okay, now we have the error, no matching function for call to vulkan pipeline shader input data, aka the default constructor. And that happens here, and in other words in this line. And that means that we have to add it. I have to add it in the right spot. Oops, well, just want to jump to it. We have m owning window and pipeline out, m vh render pass, m index. I see m index here. Okay, it says run, but it's now also it's being constructed, of course. But run means this means like when it is really initialized. So okay, so I'll leave it here. Anyway, it comes after m index, which is up here. Comes after it. Therefore, we have to add it at the end here. And it wants to be past the owning window that we have here. So now things should compile again. What is this? I guess whatever. Pipeline used to be passed, but it's no longer passed. There's another place, apparently, where shader input data is being used. This is in IMGU. And thank God we have an owning window there as well. Oh no, this is the soups. This is the candidate. No. Well, let's have a look here. You need to pass the owning window to this variable. Oh, for a moment there I thought you didn't have it, but here we have it. M owning window, it's just... This comment somehow does not fit the next line anymore. It doesn't need no owns it, and then bang, we pass the owning window. I don't know. I think that just delete it. And what contribution are you referring to, ABU? Certainly not my stream. That wouldn't help to play titles using Linux. I think you are confusing me with people that worked on Vulkan. I have nothing to do with that. I'm just using Vulkan. A valid conversion from const task synchronous window pointer to task synchronous window. Yeah, I'm not sure yet if I need const or not, but on second thought I probably need... I don't need non-const, so I might as well change it into a const pointer here. I changed the compiler. Today I changed it from I think from Clang to GCC, just randomly, because I had a certain error and I thought maybe it's the compiler, so I changed the compiler. But I got the same error. Then I fixed the error. It was not compiler related. And now we're using G++. But if I change back to Clang, it just works the same. Error no matching function for call 2. Again? Really? Oh, Linux viewer application. Yeah, everyone gets a turn. I'm pretty sure that in this case the comment is correct. Finally compile. Damn it. Oh, linking. Oh, linking. Oh. Let's see if it crashes. It does not crash. We have a triangle. A Linux viewer is throwing a triangle. That's all it does. Okay. I added the owning window to the shader input data object. And I did that because I needed a logical device inside that one function. And that function was... I don't know. If you would have pointed a gun to me, I still wouldn't know. Maybe git diff. Yes, that's the one. Fill set index hints. Yeah, I could not remember that, sorry. So now we have an owning window here, on which I can call logical device. And then we kind of have another logical device pointer, or I don't know, logical device equals, because this is a logical device of synchronous window, this one, it calls it returns a vulkan logical device const pointer. Okay, const pointer. And we are inside namespace vulkan, we are inside namespace vulkan and inside namespace pipeline, but then just logical device will work. We'll find a vulkan logical device. Right. The next step is Alan asks, Carlo, is your game engine cross-platform or Linux only? It's Linux only. I put so many Linux-specific things in it to make it faster that there is no way in hell that anyone on Earth will ever be able to port my libraries to Windows. It's just too much Linux-specific stuff in it. But hey, I'm a speed freak, so I couldn't help myself using the absolute fastest thing that Linux has to offer. Okay. I wanted to use this logical device to find the maximum bound descriptor sets, right? I put it in my history somewhere. Do comments also make it to your history? That's a good question. I added it as a comment. Yeah, there it is. Max bound descriptor sets. Ah, right. That was, I remember it. Thank God. That was a member function of the logical device. And it returns an uint 32. And then magically we have the number of elements and we have the maximum number of sets. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that we can construct a partition task. Which I have to copy first, maybe. It's not highlighted and stuff. I mean, not even score is the right one. I'm gonna have to copy, yeah, everything, right? Maybe I should start with copying everything instead of one by one. ls project AICXX partitions source. Maybe I do not need brute force, but on the other hand brute force might be used by one of the others. The rest I do need, right? I just need everything. I might as well copy everything, why not? Let's copy everything except that one. Wait, I have to make changes, so maybe I should do them one by one after all. Let's begin with copying score, because I'm already including it and stuff. Copy slash score.h right over the one that we had, and then I'm going to edit it and peek at the other one. This is the namespace I put stuff in. And we have a score here, and then the end of the namespace. Now it does not know what partition task is, so well, we are using namespace partition, so that's not a problem. The problem is that I did not add a header. And then if I do partition task, I mean at some point you just can delete all the headers again. One is dragging in the other one, and I'm having to copy it, of course. So I'm copying partition task.h to here, and then edit it again with this one for the namespace. This includes brute force for the partition task. Why? Oh, just for that. Yeah, well, okay. So I could not include it and then not have this. Why would I ever want to do a brute force in the Vulkan engine? I don't. Nah, I'll keep it, but I don't know. Normally not defined. Let's say normally not defined. Normally not defined. Missing hairs. It's included here. .h. I guess I don't need a sheet, or don't want a sheet. What is this used for again? For a number generator for again generating. Yeah. Generating random partitions. Got the feeling that there's a lot more missing here. I see a vector. I see a score. A set. Array. How did this ever compile? Max number of elements. That is defined, I think, in elements. Elements.h. I guess that set already includes elements. Cannot comma, did not copy set yet even. Okay, let's copy a lot more. Maybe everything. Oh no, maybe not everything. Partition here, we need partition. Yeah, partition is. I think that the partition iterator brute force included everything. That's why I didn't include it here. But yeah, partition should get the rest. Let me just try it compiling, see what is missing. Partition.h does not exist. Copy, 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 copy. Partition. vi partition.h namespace vulkan pipeline partitions. Set.h. Fatal utils reverse bits.h. No such file or directory. Shocking. Your local changes to the following files will be overwritten by merge. Please commit your changes or stash them. Stash them. Yeah, okay. Let's do a stash. No. I had to add a lot of cons expressions in the end, by the way. For those who saw the previous stream. At some point I just gave up. And it is absolutely beyond me. You have to see this. All the cons expressions that I had to add. It's absolutely beyond me why it compiles in the other. It just works. Everything compiles and works. And I switched to a different project and suddenly I have to add a billion cons expressions to make it work. What? Why? I don't understand. Actually, suddenly I understand it. I understand it. Okay, never mind. I'll point it out when we get there. But yes, commit minus a everything. What up? To a git pull. Conflict. Let's edit it. Well, what do you think? One added the default and the other one added the cons expression. Just do them both. There's more of the same or not? Well, added cons expressions. I'll add this cons expression. Joined int and bit mask. No other change. I don't see it. Seems to me that there is only cons expression have been added. So then what other changes did I make? Checking it again. So bit operator, bit set domain, unsigned int and m1. It's the same thing. Right shift in positions, cons expression. Unsigned int and same thing. More. Yeah, added spaceship operator. Well, that one is just Oh, I added it twice apparently. Well, I did the same thing. Well, this is the one that I added last. I'm going to delete it then. And then we'll keep this one. Git add file. Git commit. Already pulled, so it should be. And then everything was green. Partition iterator was not copied yet. Okay, well, it wasn't. That's completely correct. Maybe we should just copy everything, but yeah. Iterator dot h. Partition iterator dot h. We have to edit them also one by one, right? So on the why not argument. No, namespace vulkan, can't type, vulkan pipeline partitions. Really? Set was not declared. Did you mean, yes, I did that, but I'm inside partitions. Do not add a namespace here. Vulkan pipeline partitions. And put it in a non-existing namespace. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at the chat so every now and then, man. It's funny stuff. Okay, so partition iterator does not name a tab. Well, I thought I just copied that one. Same error. One is correct, and this one is wrong. Warning, empty parentheses were disambiguated is a function declaration. It's completely like I did not use the C++20 standard in the previous project, but I did. Oh, actually it's new code. Never mind me. So, quit make C tags. Partition task takes the constructor takes the number of elements and then the maximum number of sets as arguments. Number of elements, maximum number of sets. Well, that works for some reason. So now we have a partition task. And then what's next? Yeah, we have to fill the scores. Now before that was G scores, and then when I had written this, we started to work on the partitions project again, because clearly this was not working. And now they are part of the partition task. I'm gonna have to look in the partitions project to see how we did that. I'm also going to copy all the headers in advance, because come on. Which headers am I still missing? Oops, that's not the one. Control top, also not the one. It should be control top. Oh, so much. Okay, so then the ones that are missing are is it Alt left mouse button? You'll never know until we try. It is. Oh, it isn't. That's move, so it wasn't, but also no, not going to work. Okay, I'll just have to remember it. Cannot. Element, partition, partition iterator, partition task, score, and set. 6 of them. The short ones, except partition iterator and partition task. Copy. Element pair, pair triplet, iterator base, brute force. Partition iterator explode. This one we already have then. Whole set. This one we already have, and score and set we already have. And all of these must go to Linux viewer slash Linux viewer slash source slash vulkan slash pipeline slash partitions. And now I have in there everything. That is the same list as here. I guess it is. And what I just copied must be edited. And we must add a namespace. Vulkan pipeline partitions. Okay, at least we have all the headers now. $20 shotgun. How about we get together for a real life party when you get to 100? Oh, that was me. What wanted we to do next? I don't know. Nothing to do. Maybe just shoot these ones as well. Nothing. All of these have to be copied as well. So might as well. Better nerf me? No, it was not like that. It was more like what Nicole said. Yeah. Copy star.cxx. Oh yeah, I would go to Amsterdam for a party. I think that most of the people, most of the viewers do not have the money to come to Amsterdam. Okay, they are far away. We could make a party for the Dutch people some point. Let's make it a hackers party, you know, so coding something. Everyone brings a laptop or PC. What shall we do here? Copy it to something useful like this one, this thing here. It's logical. And then I have to go back and see that they arrived. And then edit them. Which requires me to again add all these horrible namespaces. Namespace, vulkan, pipeline, partitions. Next P, let's get 2YY. Next P, actually it's even faster if I copy this. Next closing brace P. We don't need this one. No. Delete it again. Just when you were thinking I was doing this blindly. No, let's delete that and put it here and then close it here and make it a comment. And go to the end and delete the brace. Then 2YY, capital N, Shift G, P. Shift G, P, next, or previous, P, it's really there. Next. GP 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 next. It's 2022. I do not have an AI that I can say wrap all my new C++ files into this header, into this namespace. I mean, yeah. Anyway, we are finding it there. Oh, that's right. And I'm also going to need CMake text file or something like that. CMake list.txt. Thought Bear will do it, but too late. How did I do this with other directories? So I do not have a CMake list file here because I've just been so horribly ugly. It's not the right way to do it, right? I just added it by like this. We'll keep doing that as long as it works, why not? Partitions. And then eventually, took a while. Let's add the header files as well. Yeah, that must be removed. You can pipeline partitions.cxx. Come on, really? It doesn't know how to print partitions element. From this file. That is 4-element index. I don't want to do this. I want to use print on in the Linux York project. I'm having a print on here in partition. So this should also be removed. And then element must have a print on. It already has, I guess. Oh, this is just debug output. Yeah. W debug and if like that or not. Delete, I guess. Okay. I know what is wrong, but I don't know how to solve, or rather, I don't know how I normally solve it. Let's go to a random other thing. Oh, that thing being virtual might not have been the best choice. Try handle that edge. Yeah. cannot believe that I have to include this. Next, let's copy this. Now let's copy all four of it. Right, still didn't solve anything. So, what is the right way to do this then? I think I have to include that in every file that tries to print it. But then again, it's not anyone already including that from a header or something. Yeah, it's definitely included from CXX files, but also from pipeline.h, for example. So why would it then be included from headers, like that header and this header, every header? So look at this one. It includes it like that because I think we have a print on here somewhere. Might as well add it to every file then. I'm not so happy anymore with using this typical vulkan print on. Not to mention that it is not vulkan specific anymore. It is vulkan specific, I say, when it is inside vulkan. Okay. And then we have also VK defaults here, but it's also VK. So okay. It's called partitions vulkan specific. Not really, but still. Yet I cannot print something because or from or what the hell, which file was it? I think I should add it, should include it in the header file. It's ridiculous. Don't want to do that. It is ridiculous. I'm not going to do it. So then what am I going to do? Not this. Hell, I'm going to remove it from this one. Partitions, yeah. Set includes element and score. Element does not include anything, so this is definitely the right place to add this thing. Element pair includes elements. Per triplet includes set and score. And I forgot, set was including element, right? Yeah. And score is including nothing. And then we have partition, which of course includes element and set. And then we have partition base includes a partition, and partition iterator explode includes partition, also partition, and partition iterator includes nothing special. Element.h. And partition iterator, partition task, score and set already did it. This is the last one. And it includes partition.h. So now it should compile. Utils has print on is not declared. Alright, yeah, well, that's true. Okay. Well, the only thing I did was just copy the whole project over and get it to compile. So I guess we don't need to sit in here anymore. What was I working at? The previous function that I tried to remember and I couldn't remember it. And it was called... It was called... If you tell me, I'll know. Yeah, I'm sure. But no. I think I added it. The last time I could not remember it, I searched for it. I searched for it using GPS. That is the one. Nah. Yeah, fill set index hints. Could not remember it. Anyway, so I have my partition task, and then oh yeah, I wanted to fill scores. So let's see how that is being done in the project, the partitions project. Basically we are now here. Just created this thing. And here are the scores, set scores called. Okay, I'm not interested in printing stuff yet. So this runs over all the elements by index. And then over all the elements by index again. And now we make a pair. And then we do something if it is 0. Yeah, 0 is means not initialized, I think. Why would I do that like that? I have a Discord, yes. It's Discord. Discord for this channel, basically. Yep, we found it. Yeah, I think I should copy this, right? So copy it with the mouse, because I have to go to a different window. To the top. Okay, I'm still, well, baffled is a big word, but why the hell am I testing if it is 0 here? Score index. Maybe 2 different pairs. I mean, I runs over everything. I2 runs over I1 plus 1. So we already get unordered pairs. The element pair is always different. Then maybe for maybe the score index is the same, or seems extremely unlikely. Let me look in Discord. So RQSS, that's an image. Yeah, I don't think this is even C++. And I don't know what write memory is. I have no idea. Ask me a C++ question. I don't know, man. Say it's not C++, so I cannot help. Element index. No, it's okay. Yeah, I would have answered you if I could, but I looked at it and I had no idea. I don't know if that's because it is C# or because there is information missing. I mean, just one line number plus an error is usually not enough. You have to look around a bit, see the context. Normally when you ask a question to someone else about C++, you need to submit a fully working minimal example, aka something that compiles or gives an error on one box. If I have a problem, they demand me to do the same thing. I cannot paste a few lines of code plus the error on IRC and expect an answer. They always tell me, well, write a minimal test case, complete test case. So then you have to work 2 hours just to make a little test case, and by that time you see what the error is as a result of writing the test case. Unless I don't, of course, in which case I do get an answer usually. People will then look at it, and then for them it's just a program that is complete and it doesn't compile, and then you can fix it. So this one runs now over, yeah, element pair. Okay, I can jump to it. Element pair has 2 indexes. Always different, and the score of the element pair is calculated as partition task score by score index. where the score index is calculated as 64 times element 1 plus element 2. Since those indexes are different, for each the score index is going to be different. Definitely. But okay, we check the score of the score index. But if the score index is going to be different every time, it should be 0 every single time that we get here. So the whole test doesn't make any sense, I don't think. Really, go on away. You can just set the score on the score index and then we use some value here. Yeah, we need a score for element I1 and I2. Where the number of elements comes from the size of the required shader resource list. We'd use that as index. So rather than running over element index, I would rather run over the index of this thing here, which is what I have in my mice buffer. And then, well, Duff. I'm thinking about changing the type of element index into the index type of the required shader resources list, and I think that should work because this is the only place where I intend to use partition task. So they are just the same thing. The elements here are the required shader resources. The only danger is that at some point in the future suddenly something changes and then that is not the case anymore. And then I probably wish I would have kept it more abstract. And that is not to touch the element index. I'm actually so scared about that I'm probably going not to make this change. I'm just going to say in a comment that element index is equivalent to shader resource index. And it is a vector, isn't it? So really I can get this base pointer okay, I do not need this anymore. Yep. That is now part of this one. This has M scores. Which is set to 64 times the number of elements minus 1 plus the number of elements as the size. Which is what I just deleted here. So it's exactly the same thing. So the scores table is stored inside a partition task. So we don't have this anymore. Well, it's inside this. Okay, elements. Could keep this, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I need to define the score here, and then we can put the score in it. What is the score? The score depends on the two shader resources. What I don't. I'm missing something here. So I still have the feeling that I'd rather run over this list. Let's run over the list. I'm going to rewrite it. So again, a new with 4 shader resource index. It's kind of not how it works. Element index is a bit set index, and the shader resource index is a vector index. So to convert a size type, I think the get value returns a size type. Yep, size type. To convert a size type to a bit set index, which you can never find like this. Let's go to index beauty. That's easier. And these can only be constructed from an index beauty. So over here, I need to just specify the custom to the index beauty first, which is an element index beauty. Yep, and that then works if we do not want to scale down the size type to the int a type. What we do, so we have to cast this first. Static cast. Just trust me, it will fit cast. And that's what we have to do to get one index into the other. While they're both, well, one is a size type and the other is a byte, but okay, now it must fit, so better make sure that the largest of the two, which is this one, by value, I guess, fits in yeah, it says numeric limits. Number limits, numeric limits, and then the type, there was an int 8 type, max. It's too fancy, should I just use 127? No, it's not too fancy, let's use this. And I have to search for it, if it exists and if I typed it right. Apparently I typed it right. Oh yeah, even a max here. Let's click on the max. A max of an float short char 8 here. It's ugar max. I could use ugar max and I mean, it literally says here that that is what it is defined as. The template is more like if you have a template type, you just don't know what the type is, then you can pass it to this, but we know it. So then maybe it's kind of silly to use standard numeric limits. And this thing is defined as our maximum care of char, yeah, it doesn't say. Ugarmax, it's not Ugarmax. Garmax. I mean, it's not unsigned. I don't know where I got the U from. Probably looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, this cast must fit. And even then it goes wrong. It may not be larger than 63. Must be less than 64. Yeah, but it must be less than maximum number of elements. This is nonsense. It must be less than the maximum number of elements, which is defined here inside this namespace. Okay. If you include element.h, we probably are doing that. It's better. Okay. Didi asks, how do I prevent a user from leaving the site? You mean your website, or? Tying them to a chair, maybe? Gluing their eyelids so they cannot close their eyes? And then lots of electric shocks if they try to look away. Oh, like that. That is not sight, that is something else. Yeah, you mean the natural way? Yeah, the natural way would be to have a very good site that nobody wants to leave. What to do? Element index. Okay, I'm just calling it EP, just like below. Something is wrong, or missing rather. I'm missing information in order to calculate the score anymore. Which is confusing me because, well, why isn't that already there? I can delete this as well because this is what I just coded. Fill set index hints. I'm coding. I'm programming. Someone asked what I are doing. What am I doing? Why do you think I don't have a webcam? CXX. Yeah, it is being called from here. No, and that is a problem. Because I do not even see the required information here. Maybe I made a copy of it. I think I made a copy of it in this object. Might as well jump to here as the same object. This thing might have the information. Yes, it does. There it is. These two vectors, and they use the same index. Yes, yes, this is what I wanted to do. I'm not interested. What to do? And preferred descriptor sets. That's Saika Playa. It's just a scammer, man. You go to the website and then it looks all nice and they ask for your credit card. You'll never ever get to see anything. At least maybe a few. You really think people with a moral as low as running spam bots on YouTube would actually provide you with a service? They just want your money. Steal it. What is the bloody file again? And this one. TPS, well then it should be this one. Yep, and it wasn't. It's this one. Shader input data. Okay, so basically I was looking for this one. 22, 20, 22. Okay, we have this thing. With the shader index 1. And we have m required shader resources list with the shader resource index 1. And we have the undesirable descriptor sets. Oh, well, thank you. So I have here I think, yeah, no, I'm definitely confused here. How can one element be enough? Even though it has the same index, it doesn't mean I have to not run over all of them. I think I have to run over all of them. Definitely have to run over all of them. Okay, I have to admit I have no idea what I'm doing at the moment. I thought if I just kept typing it would all come together, but I'm at a dead end now. Why do these things have the same index? That usually means that whatever index I use for this vector is the same, refers to the same thing, data, whatever. So I'm useful with that one. Oh, and it does. It's a vector of vectors. Okay, finally getting there. Yeah. So this shader resource here has these preferred descriptor sets and these undesirable descriptor sets. Okay. Yes, so that can. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up and think. Let me think. Close my eyes, think. What the heck? I think I should be able to look up the shader resource base pointer having just the key. Should I not? Can go from the shader resource to the set key pretty easily. Okay, apparently not. Let's assume it's just a one-way thing for now. It isn't, but I don't want to create a completely new map for something. Well, I'm not even sure what I would use it for, or need it for. But then again, the only thing I have are keys. Really? Yeah, it's quite difficult. Adriano Gamer, what do you want? Right. So I'm running over all the shader resources, and then for each run over all shader resources again, skipping when they are equal. And then for the first one, because now we get them in both orders. For the first one, I run over all the preferred or all preferences, whatever, set key preferences that belong to the first one, which gives me a key. And if that key is equal to the second one, the key of the second descriptor, the key of the second shader resource, then we have a match, and then for this particular pair we have a positive preference, which I'm storing in the preferred preference float. And I think we can do the exact same thing for the undesirable. Let's write it correctly. Let's make sure I write it correctly. Preferred or preferred? Past tense preferred to 2 R's. Preferred. It's correct. Preferred or preferred, it's the same thing. What the fuck? Or something with 1 R, or that I'm completely idiot. No, yeah, showing results for preferred. So it's 2 R's. Substitute preferred with preferred. Yeah, because also undesirable descriptor sets exist. It's the other one. This one. And then I can combine them, I guess. So calculate the score first. I don't think I need this, right? Okay, let's calculate the score from the preferred preference and the undesirable preference. Bleh. Default constructor is a 0. Just assign a new value, I guess. If if we have both, and one is 0, then we don't really have both, because let's say if undesirable is 0, that's the same as that's not being listed. Just never reach this point here, it's still a 0. 0 is like neutral, I don't care. So in that case, 0 of this one would be I don't care, and 1 means I insist. Unchanged. Now, what if we both insist, or nearly insist? To be preferred, but we also insist that it is undesirable, and I think these two just cancel out, right? So if they have the same value, then I want to end up with the value of 0. I don't care, because we go, well, we prefer it as much as we undesire it. And it cannot be nonlinear really, because I mean it's symmetric. So if you want to swap the two, then nothing. Yeah, well, so it can still be quadratic, but that wouldn't work over the full range, I think, or would it? Yeah, you could do the square root of say this squared plus minus this squared. That would still give 0 when they have the same value, and that would still give the value of one of them is 0. Then the resulting value of that formula would still be the same. So theoretically, I think that let's say we do have a function of one of them. Let's call the preferred one x1. Now let's call the preferred one p, and the undesirable one u. Then I'm looking for a function that combines p and u, such that fp, 0 is p, and of course f0, u is u, and f x, is 0. And yeah, 1 means that we insist. So f1, x is 1. No matter what x is, except when x is also 1. Then we should get a division by 0 or something like that. Now think of a formula, or think of a function f that has all these properties. I'm going to go with symmetry in the sense that f of p comma u is going to be g of p minus g of u. This is a plus, this is a minus. We do not like undesired is undesired, and that's not going to work anymore for the one, however. But I can run this then through the inverse of g to go back. And then for this rule to work, we need g of 1 to go to infinity. So 0 is 0 and 1 is infinity. So g of x is like x divided by 1 minus x. So for x is 0, this is 0, and for x goes to 1, this goes to infinity. So if that's correct, then the f of p comma u. I need the inverse of gx, so g inverse of x let's not use x, the inverse of y, whatever. So that would be x if y equals x divided by 1 minus x. Intermezzo. If y is x divided by 1 minus x, solve for x. Well, that means that y times 1 minus x equals x. Which means that y minus xy, or yx, minus x equals 0. Y minus x times I don't think so. It will be negative most of the time. What did I do wrong? Times 1 minus x on both sides. Multiply it out. Y times 1 is y. Minus y times x. Bring the x to the other side. Equals 0. And here we divide by x. So this is 1 times minus x. That's minus x. Xy minus that. So this still looks correct. And then we bring... bring 1 to the other side and then divide, so the minus is gone here. Then it's correct. Yep. So the inverse of g is this. Inverse g inverse, I mean, of y is y divided by y plus 1. So then FPU is the inverse of okay, the G of P. Where's my G? Here. That would be P divided by P minus 1 minus U divided by U minus 1. And then we need 2 of those, because all of this must be divided by the same thing plus 1. That is so not working. Well, maybe actually it is. So in the limit for p goes to 1, but u doesn't. This goes to plus infinity. This is finite because u is not going to 1, so we can ignore that. And here it's the same thing. Why would it do? That's not working at all then. Nope. Oh, it is. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to get 1 back, right? So this goes to infinity, and then this can be ignored again, all of it. So we only leave p divided by p minus 1 divided by p divided p minus 1, so that goes to 1. For the limit of p to 1. And if p and u are the same thing, then of course we go to 0, because then this is simply 0. And we divide by 1. And if one of them is 0, say u is 0, then we have this is not there. And here we get p divided by p minus 1, all divided by p minus 1 plus 1. And that would be, that should be p. I don't see it yet. So this divided by the same thing plus 1. And this is of course p minus 1 divided by p minus 1. That's 1. So we can add that, so that becomes 2p minus 1. divided by p minus 1. And then we can remove this against that one. And unfortunately we do not get p out of it. No, it should be 1 then. It's not. I did something wrong. Well, my reasoning was if p and u are the same, then the result of g is the same, therefore this is 0, and then the inverse would give 0. And I think that is the case, because if you fill in for g 0, it is 0. So if you go backwards, fill in 0 on this side, this is 0, then the input must be 0. So if they are equal, then you get 0. If one of them is 0, then you just can ignore it. So g of 0 is 0. Therefore, if u is 0, then you just have the g inverse of the g of p. So that should give p. So I did something wrong here below. I think this formula is still correct. While if one of them goes to 1, then this goes to infinity. So you have then infinity plus or minus something that is not infinite, and then the reverse just gives it as if that didn't exist. Okay, you also keep the one that is close to 1. But it's just one solution, and plus I didn't work it out apparently correctly. Another possibility is, say, to add them like you add the speed of light. Might be even a better solution, I think. Something goes very fast, and then relative to that something goes very fast. Then so B goes very fast relative to A, and C goes very fast relative to B in the same direction. Then it is not true that C goes twice as fast as B, because if B already went with the speed of light, and then C goes with the speed of light relative to B, then C still goes with the speed of light relative to A. So we could use that, and maybe you can Google that. How to add relativistic speeds. I don't see any formula. What uses this? On the formula. Relative speed equation. I guess this is the one here. Yeah, it's talking about energies. Come on, how hard can it be to find how to add two speeds together? How do you add velocities in special relativity? That's what I'm talking about. So we have a speed u and v. That's how you add them then. Yep. Now in our case the limit is 1, so c is 1. So we could also do we can also do this. It's probably even better, right? So the f of p and u is... Okay, now I'm not sure anymore. Now, for a start, our undesirable must be subtracted. That's different. Something is wrong. It's not working. No. No, that would be the case if they are really equal. Well, maybe. Nah. No, I don't understand it. They're not understanding this or what? If U equals C, then it doesn't matter what V is, the result must be C, exactly. So we do C plus a little bit divided by 1 plus C times a little bit divided by C squared. So 1C drops away against the U. So you have 1 plus V divided by C, multiply with C both sides, you get C plus V here. And here's C plus V times C. Yeah, and that drops out is C. That works. Maybe this is the formula I'm looking for then. So to subtract them, 1 minus P times U. Okay, if U is 0, then we divide by 1, and therefore Fp is P. Problem is that if P is 0, and then we get minus U, and not U. Isn't that what I wanted? Maybe that's what I wanted. Undesirables, undesirable. So there must be a difference. Yeah, I think I got this wrong. Maybe this is what has to come out of it. It's okay, so if P is 0, then we divide by 1 and we have minus U. If they are the same, then this is 0 divided by 1 as 0, so that's correct. If P is 1, then we get 1 minus U divided by 1 minus 1 times U, so that's 1. Doesn't matter what U is. Unless U becomes also 1, I think, then we're dividing by infinity. So dividing by 0. Which is also correct, actually. Both cannot be 1, because then you want 100%. You really want it to be true, and you really want it to be false. So the result is then that you divide by 0. I like this formula. I think it gives me what I want. Okay, so U is 1, then we have just here something minus 1, P minus 1 divided by 1 minus P. So that's minus 1. Yep, that works. I'm going to go for this one. Relative physics has always been right in most cases. Probably works. Okay, so we have here two values, preferred preference and undesirable preference. And I can convert them to still a float. Simply preference, I guess. Preference equals preferred preference minus undesirable preference divided by 1 float. Why am I working with floats and not with doubles? Because I store doubles, the floats in there. Okay. Still, but okay. Now, if preferred preference and undesirable preference are both exactly 1, then of course this is going to be division by 0. But what if they are not exactly 1, but for some reason the computer thinks that after multiplication it becomes 1? I mean, I might be dividing by something that is like way too huge here. So it's kind of a bit of a, yeah, you know, the floating point inaccuracy. I do not want to just like straight out crash my program if that happens. Shall we worry about that later? First get this to work for reasonable values and infinite precision. I still have to calculate the score out of this. And that works as follows. If the score is, if preference is +1, no, I cannot do that. If preference equals 1, is score explicit? It's not even explicit. Just do this. And otherwise we'd use 1f divided by 1f minus preference. Is that correct? No, it's not correct. If I have something that comes close to 1, it's correct. But if it is something that is close to -1, it's not correct. So in that case I want to go to -infinity. So maybe I should do something else. Some other formula is more logical. So now we have the problem if preference is 1. New playground. So now I'm looking for a formula that gives me positive infinity. So 1 goes to infinity. Minus 1 goes to minus infinity. 0 goes to 0. And yeah, I don't really have any other demands, I think. Except that I do not want to come close to infinity anytime soon when we are not really close to 1. So I really like this dividing by 1 minus the value. But there is something to say for dividing by 1 minus the square of the value. More or less what we are doing here. Plus, in that case, also you also go to infinity somehow. If we go to minus 1, if you get what I mean. In this case, we would not. So it's probably the square. And then we need to end up negative, so maybe this. Which extremely much looks like that one. Except that, yeah, it's a little bit different. So if this is 0, then we divide by 1 and it just is 0, that is that one. If preference goes to plus 1, then this goes, by the time we get really close to 1, we get, does it not go a little bit too fast then? It goes faster, right? 0.9 times 0.9? No, that's even less than 0.9. Isn't it? Uh-oh, I'm stupid. Of course it's less than 0.9. Yeah, well, okay, that's good. So it's going slower to, this is approaching 1 slower than when not multiplying it with itself. Yeah, we have to look at the way I calculate those partitions. Well, the partitions are just adding up all the scores. So this becomes my score. Let me finish it. So minus 1 results, yeah, minus infinity. So that would be good. This works for these 3 points here. Well, if it just looks, say we have ABC and I have AB. Has a preference of a half. I don't know what. Don't even know what that means. But and a C has a preference of, say, also a half. And BC has a preference of, well, what does the preference of BC have to be such that then putting them all together is neutral. Yeah, definitely quadratic. Definitely quadratic. So you can never go over 1. So the way you have to add these halves in a way that you approach 1, not a half plus a half is 1. That would be completely crazy. No, the result of adding these two, they must be added like Yeah, like we're already doing, but I think that is like, let me think also with the I like this formula. I mean, after adding it, I want to end up closer to 1, but not on 1. Get what I mean? This must be something like 0.75. And that means that we have to add whatever comes out of here and then do the reverse of this function. Which of course I don't have. But a half divided by 1 minus a half times a half. So divided by 3/4, so this 1.5, something like that. Where's my calculator? Zero point 0.5 divided by 1 minus 0.5 times 0.5 close is so 0.666666666666666. Really? Yeah, it is. Oh, stupid. 2/3. Okay, and then I'm going to add that. So I do times 2. That's 1.33333. I need the inverse function of this. How do we find that? So I have a y is x divided by 1 minus x squared. From which follows that y times 1 minus x squared minus x equals 0. So we have we divide by y. Is that dangerous? No, no, it's not dangerous. I mean, x is not 0. So y is not 0. Though I'm not sure if it even helps me. 1 minus x squared minus x divided by y equals 0. Just divide everything by y. And that follows that, let's multiply everything by minus 1. And that is, yeah, and then remove the brackets. Put the minus 1 here. And then we can solve that as x equals, what was it? Help me. Minus, I think it was minus, right? Minus b squared, so 1 divided by y squared plus or minus the square root of something, and then all divided by 2. This is, I think, a b squared. Also, b squared minus 4ac. I think so. Yeah, this is not b squared. This is just b. B being minus b, I think. So it's minus. This is not here. Minus 4ac, so that becomes plus 4 divided by y. No, ac, just plus 4. Yep. If I did this correct anyway. Now this is larger than 1 over y, and we probably want to get something positive, so let's just do plus. Right, so this is 4/3, right? 4/3 squared, and then 1 divided by x, and then plus 4, and then the square root of that. How do you do that? Square root of answer. And then minus 1 divided by 4/3, so minus 3/4. Divided by 2. That, my friends, gives then 0.693. Yes. So if you have a half and a half, then adding them is 0.7-ish. Seems reasonable. Hello, Jeremy. Okay, BC. So now I want to have a value here for BC, which must be negative, such that the result is 0. Adding everything. Well, the result is 0. That means that y goes to 0, I think. No, unclear. Yeah, y goes to 0. I mean, if y goes to 0, then this goes to then the plus 4 is can be ignored. So the square root of that goes to 1 divided by y. We subtract that, so that goes to 0. So we want y to go to 0, and y it was the result of this. Well, all added, I think. Yeah, I think that then this must be minus 0.693. Let's calculate it. I need an online calculator. Not like that. One where I can type formulas and stuff like that. Is this one better? No, it's even worse. Scientific. Yeah, I don't like it. So just go to Wolfram Alpha, see if we can get that to work. Well, it's not really algebra. It's more like calculator. Yeah, let's try algebra. So let's use solve stuff. It's more like it. It's super simple. Oh, this was 4x. Oh well, let's start typing. Now, if only that was possible, right? To define a function, what the heck, I'm C++ programmer. I don't know how this works. It takes probably longer to find out than to just go to one box and write it in C++. Mine is 5.5. Really? Oh, wait. What should that be? 6 missing. Well, that's close to 0. So I got it right. Okay, well I'm kind of happy with this formula. Let's just use it. Yep, so not this one, but that one. Now you have to do some work on this equals, because if it is exactly equal, yeah, we don't work with exactly equal. It is if it is pretty damn close to 1, then I want to do that. I think I have a util, so I'm pretty sure of that. It's called almost equal, I think. Yep. And that works as follows. So to give a feel of what it means, I did it in the complex plane first. If up's relative error is 1, then Z1 and Z2 are considered equal if their absolute value is equal and they make an angle of less than 90 degrees. Which of course is way not the same. More in general, let phi be the angle that Z1 and Z2 make in a complex plane, and assume that the absolute values are equal. Then the flipping point happens at that point. For most practical small values of the absolute relative error, it is a good approximation to state that the flipping point angle phi is the absolute relative error in radians. For example, if you would like two complex numbers to still be considered the same, when having a phase difference of pi over 16, then the absolute relative error of pi over 16, 0.2, is a good choice. The exact value would be 2 times the tangents of pi over 32 is 0.1969, but it's close enough to 0.2. Okay, let's think. But what angle is a good angle here? I think the angle that belongs to 1/millionth of just 1/millionth. Just 1/millionth then, right? There's a problem with this. There's a problem with it. You have two kinds of errors. You have the relative error and you have the absolute error. Even though I call it absolute relative error. Yeah? Well, this absolute means that you remove the sign. Absolute means just a difference, you know. So, in theory, we'd have to make 2 comparisons. This is just one part of it. I had a discussion with someone and we figured out that my almost equal was not good. And I do need a second comparison. But I never fixed it. But okay. Anyway, what is the precision of a float? Yeah, that's the whole point, of course. But in this case, the values are around 1, so I can just use this, I think. I'm comparing with 1, so what more do you want? Just using this is good enough. Then I pass x and y and the absolute relative error. Okay, let's log it. Now this might not be small enough because so for a very small value, we just have 1 plus 1 here times a very small value, and here we have 2, so you can ignore this 2 against that one. X and Y are close to 1, so we're talking about that the absolute value of the difference must be less than whatever I pass. So if this is, I can go down to something that is pretty close to what the precision of a float. Nightmare view. Yeah, Matthew, funny. Absolute relative error. Okay, so what shall we do here? What is a precision of a float? Around 1. I have no idea. Let's write a program to find out, as if that is the truth. But hey, maybe it might be. So we're going to set one float to 1. Just working with floats. So really 1, 0, 1. And then we're going to approach 1. Yeah, we're going to approach 1. How do we approach 1? By subtracting a value. So we have a delta, which is very small. We start with 0.01. And then I'm going to find a close to 1 value. It's called V, which is 1 minus delta. Yeah. Just make delta twice as small every time. I hope it's not doing anything with optimization to undo all my hard work here. I think if it have optimization off, it will literally do all the floating point things wrong. It should work. So I'm gonna go back here. Let's call it B of back by taking V. Let's. I want delta back. So that's 1 minus V, right? Okay, that should be equal to delta. Call it D. And then let's print delta, and let's print D divided by delta. I should make it stop before it happened. Oh, actually I have it. So the delta is close to 1. That is, I mean, if 1d is equal to delta, we should get something close to 1. So that works. Now, this is not really working anymore, I think. That's already, this one's dubious. So the precision is around, I'm gonna take this one. Let's see, let's say, yeah. One E minus 7, and this is 4 minus E7, 5, why not 1 minus E6, and then we're all the way up here. But yeah, that would only twice as small. It's still good working, but it's the same thing. Yeah. This one, 2E minus 7. Is this a float, or is it only float when I do this? Oh, what the heck. I'm just gonna type it in full. 0.123, 123, 2. F. So now the difference is at least 2 times 10 to the minus 7. I mean, difference from 1, but if you square preference, then we still divide by 0 here, of course. Right? Or not? I think so. So we're going to do this value here. I'm just going to say, I'm done with loop, float delta equals 0.123, 2f. And then we calculate v, and now we calculate this preference, so v. How to call this thing? W. V divided 1 minus V times V. And this is to see if the V is super close to 1, as close as it can get now, can we still calculate this value? Can we still calculate this? External is closing brace. Really? Apparently we can. And it's near infinity, but not infinity. I'm surprised. How is it possible that I can one minus should be? Oh no, I don't see it. Actually, I see it. Yeah, of course. V is... no, I don't see it. Well, it didn't crash, so it's good enough for me, isn't it? Isn't it? Let's try this with doubles, see what it should have been. Double, thank you very much. So we had 2.79 million. And it should have been 2.5 million. That's pretty precise still. I don't know. I can't follow it, but it looks good. So it should work. Mathieu says 1 minus that is a very small number, so W is very high. Yeah, that's the idea. So V is a little bit less than 1, and then squared is still a little bit less than 1. And you deleted your messages. Yeah, okay, I think I have this score now and then. I think all this calculation, I don't want to do it if there's nothing to calculate. I'm gonna do if preferences, if preference equals 0, and yes, I mean really equals exactly 0, then there's nothing to do. And particularly when this for loop just hits nothing, so this is exactly 0. And same for this one, exactly 0, then this is of course going to be exactly 0. So I can just continue here. What is next? Next is storing it. Yep, I guess that should work, but not. There's just one tiny little problem here now. If the score index is the same at some point, let's say we get here for to put it this way, so we both indexes run over the full range. So at one point we have this one equal 3 and this one equal 7, whatever. And then later we get this one equals 7 and this one equals 3. And that will result in the same score index. So we'll try to store at the same place. A place where he may be already stored. Now, if in both cases the preference is not equal to 0, then we do not continue. So the first time we write something that is not 0, and then the second time we overwrite that. And that should not happen, of course. We do not want to overwrite it. In that case, we have to combine two scores. Yes, this is possible, although not intended use, as it were, but why not support it? So now we have the problem that I can get the score at that index. I think I can just get it like this. Partition task has a score. Yep, you're, well, set 2, 3 score. That's not really what I want. This one. Pass a score index, which is an int, you get this function. That returns a const reference to an existing score. And then that score, we can check that it is 0. Which in this case means uninitialized. I mean, otherwise, even if it's tiny little bit off, then it was set, right? So I don't really care about how precise it is. So if existing score is 0, well, then I can just do this, but otherwise we'd have to combine them, or I can combine them into score and then just do something when it is not 0. So now we have to do score becomes and now we have to combine the existing score with the score that we have. So how to combine two scores is the next question. Okay. Well, it must be simple because we have already all the formulas, if you ask me. Combining them would be adding them, I think. Right? They are already in this form. And those are simply added, or am I wrong? No, they're not added. They're not really added. Yes, they are added. They are added in the same way that we are adding here the preferred preference and the undesirable preference. Although in this case it means that one of them is negative, and now one of them, they both can be positive or both negative. But in principle this should be the way to combine them. But these are still in the range 0 to 1. We all have already converted them using this formula. So in order to combine the scores, we need to do something something different. It rains. I like it. You can hear it in the background, I think, on my mic. Oh, now it's gone. Taking off my headphones so I can hear the rain. Give me a second. Okay, put my headphones on again. I got an ice cream. It's hard to type with one hand. There's kind of difficult here that in order to add the scores the same way, I would have to reverse this function here. Yeah, but that reverses it on the existing score. I don't have to do that for the current score, well, because I already still have this value here. Okay. I did that before, and then I deleted it again. Fortunately, I have a good memory. Good measure your code anyway. Yeah, beer. Wow. Yeah. I should check if I did this right. I think this was what I had, but I never tested it, I think. Or did I? I have to work with double. I mean, come on. My score is double. I guess I'd have the right formula. But nobody knows why it compiles. Standard square root is defined in IOStream. Just so you know it. Yeah, good enough for me. Isn't it? Let's see more. So 1 plus 1 is 1. What are the physics for you? And then back. Except we might again have positive and negative integers. Well, I completely ignored them. That makes things a lot more complicated, doesn't it? Especially a lot more annoying. But yeah, well, as we saw, the value is kind of like a few million at most. So we can probably calculate with that. Although I think I'm going to switch to doubles. We switch to doubles and still keep this inaccuracy. I think maybe make it the 1. So where do we have floats? Floats. Make this a double. It is kind of nonsensical here in this case because it's assigned from something that returns a float. But later on we are calculating with it. Let's calculate with doubles. Double. Boo. Okay. Yeah. If the existing score is not 0, it might be infinity. If it is not infinity, then we still might have a score. Where's my score? Oh, here. You still might have a score itself that is positive infinity or negative infinity. I must say I never get enough of this music. I would like to put on something else, I have to admit. But yeah, they immediately copyright, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I should turn it off and listen to the music myself. Other people can also put their own music on. Cryptic, yeah, well, thank you. Maybe you will in a few decades. I mean, I've been coding for a very long time and doing nothing else, right? So no life here. Let me think, think. What was I talking? Oh yeah, right. The infinity edge cases. Right. Yeah, I didn't get it, but now I see that it's just nonsense what I'm doing. New preference is existing preference plus preference. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And that preference might be almost equal to 1 or minus 1, in which case our new score that we want to merge with is actually also positive infinity or negative infinity. No, it still is. The score is, yeah. The existing score on the new score. I just calculated the score. Alright, I just have scores. You have two scores. I can test both on infinity. And this is the case where neither are infinity. If existing score is infinity, it doesn't get a color, it's infinite, I think. Infinite. Yep. Let's do it if not infinite. If also not a score is infinite, so now both are not infinite. And now we can do this math here. Now if only one of them is infinite, then I think we can completely ignore the other one, right? Because then one is infinite and the other one is not. So if this one is not infinite, but score is, then we just simply do not want to do anything. Score is infinite, the existing one is not. We do not do anything, which means that we overwrite the score with our new value. Which is infinite. Yeah. But if the existing score is infinite, then we do not want to do this. At least we do not want to do it if the score is infinite, I think. The score is not infinite. We really should just use the existing score, which is infinite. Yeah. And then this else here means that the existing score is infinite and the new score is infinite. And then they better agree. Though in that case you also do not want to do anything. That should be just the same, I think. They should be the same, and then it doesn't matter what we do. So just don't do anything. But they should not be unequal. So you must assert that score equals existing score. In which case, well, we might just as well override it. I think my assert is a do while loop. Oh, not here. What is this? CWS debug? Assert? What? Where? How? Assert? It's either assert or it is this. And I guess the lowercase assert is also. So this is a statement. Trick to make something a statement. In other words, you should be able to do that. And score must be able to compare to infinites with each other. Operator equals. We don't have an operator equals. We do not have an operator equals. Okay, on that case, I don't know what to do. Yeah, I can start to compare these things. No, it's just is positive infinity. Okay, to compare that one. They better never ever be negative, these counts. Not well, they just shouldn't. So these must be both returning true or both returning false, and then the booleans are equal. Say the resource index was not declared. In the scope, did you mean there's no namespace here? The resource index is defined in shader builder. And we are now in pipeline partitions, isn't it? No, we're just in pipeline. Oh. No match for operator equals set key and set key. Cannot compare to set keys. I failed to see the logic in that. It compiles. Now seemingly we are filling everything. Now you gotta wonder, do we get here? What did we fill it with? Can we print it? And most of all, of course, did we do this? I don't think so, because set index hints out is not being touched at all. No, I did not do that at all, of course. Still not using the partitions task. We just fill the scores. Well, before I continue, I think I really want to see what it made of those scores for the current case. Let's print here that we entered the thing. Entering. And then at the end here, we can just print a partition task, I think. Well, let's hope for a quick crash. Fast enough. That looks actually good. So the scores are filled with only zeros, minus infinity, a few times, and a plus infinity. And that is, I don't know if they're at the right places or the right number, but that's what I expect. So it really looks good. Is there a way to see more? I could print the actual pairs, right? So let's say I have a shader resource. Do my shader resources have names? I have just a base. Where's the base defined? Shader builder, right? Yes, on. Hmm? Oh, but the base was not in this directory. Apparently it is. The key can be printed, yeah. Is created unlock, set, lock. Core, create lock. Debug name, that's what I was looking for. Already pretty cool to print this. Yeah, so we can really print a nice debug output here, I think. So at the moment I'm making, I'm pushing the score here. We can print the two debug names. What shall I call that? No, anything is good. Assigned score for the pair. I don't know, man. Score. And debug name is part of the base, yeah. Well, I have base pointers. So every time we set a score, and it prints this line, assigned score for debug name of the both of the shader resources, and then the score. Yep, so it says left buffer and top buffer may not be in the same descriptor set. That is correct. Bottom buffer and top buffer may not be in the same descriptor set, which is correct. Bottom and left may not be in the same descriptor set, meaning they all have to be in the different descriptor set. And the sample texture and the top buffer must be in the same descriptor set. That's exactly what I requested. So that looks good. Maybe even it works. Just, no bug. So yeah. I'm gonna call it a day. I think this is a nice moment to stop. I had a long chat with basically someone, an advisor basically. And I was stopping with my stream at midnight, and I told you guys I have to stop streaming because it's bedtime. But now I'll be honest, I lied to you. I just have so much, no, not so much, but I have a bit of a problem with stopping streaming and just suddenly in the middle of, without having reached a milestone, because I think all those people are watching, and maybe some of them have been watching for hours and then nothing, you know, then suddenly poof. I cannot change anything about that, but that was the reason that I said that I went offline, stop the stream because it was midnight and I would go to bed. But the reality is, or the truth is that I just have this ritual where I just play games on my tablet, and I have to do that. I want to do that before I go to bed. So when I said, okay, I'm gonna play with my tablet, but I didn't want to admit it. And now the problem is that it became winter time. And I'm getting up too late, I'm going to bed too late, so when the clock was put back, I wanted to take advantage of that, and I just wanted to shift my whole day 1 hour back, as in not shifted. So I went to bed an hour earlier on the clock, but in biorhythm the same time. And I still stopped streaming at midnight because I couldn't say suddenly at 11 o'clock, oh, it's 11 o'clock, it's time to go to bed. So now my lie came out. So I do want to shift my day, and I'm going to stop streaming like right now. It's now 11 o'clock. And then I still have the same time that I can play with my tablet before going to bed, as in the summertime. And I basically did not shift my day, just the clock is set back. So I have to stop streaming at 11 now. Okay, so that's... I don't know, and English is not my first language, so if it's not about code or technical stuff, then I suddenly don't know the words. But I guess you get it. Time to stop the stream. And it's a good moment anyway. I mean, we did reach a nice milestone-ish thing. Thank you, Bear. Love for you too. Or heart. Let me especially find a heart for you. Always nice to see you, and thank you for being here, and everyone else as well, especially those who have been here for a long time, like hours. It's amazing me. You don't have to be, but it's nice, you know, to have a few people that are really appreciating or enjoying, I should say, watching this stream. Yeah, it makes it very nice. There's Vasek. Vasek, good night to you too. You haven't said much, but I suppose you have been here since the beginning. Yeah. Okay, good night. Where's my OBS window?